Hello. Hello.
We all
Hello.
look so energetic today.
Oh yeah.
I know, I look dead. I feel
It's an
a
off
little
day.
dead. Feel a little dead.
It's an off day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're all a little goofy in the odd sense. Anyway, are we actually live? Because my stream is
Yeah, we are.
way behind.
We are
Okay,
we are
good.
supremely up there. Hi, everyone.
I think I'm just gonna close my browser then.
Make a
Oh,
rethink.
don't you love these like slow churning starts?
The entrance to say the least. Yeah, let's just drop those announcements quickly. I mean, there's nothing out of the usual except for something very important happening this week. Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Thursday. We're going back to school. It's going to be a lot of fun with that absolutely amazing one shot that Murray is going to DM for us.
It's going to be magical.
Nice.
Oh, so magical. I'm excited. Yeah, that's the most important announcement for today. The usual being playing with mutts. We have Here Be Shenanigans, where Ben maybe, possibly, probably won't finish the game.
Unlikely.
And of course, our favorite TTRPGs, the Saturday one, Night Bane, and the Sunday one, Tales of Andrea. But yes, don't forget Thursday. Any other announcements?
No.
It's Tuesday.
That's true.
Which means nothing because time is a human construct.
Yeah, but it means you should
Roll
eat
that,
some
roll that
tacos.
footage.
I don't know. I'm going to roll that footage.
Please.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. But if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello, and welcome back. Last week on our excellent tale, we had the wonderful lot go and visit Cephas, get some answers, maybe make a new friend or ally. We'll see if he delivers
Yes.
on what Valasor was asking for. After which you guys went back to the inn. Mixie Nix ended up looking into the healing stone that you guys took from the tower the first time you were there. And between her and Sylvie, who finally has a name of her own rather than being called by the same thing that all her predecessors were called by.
Wallace.
Yeah. She suddenly went into something of a magical trance while imbuing something into this rock. We have yet to find out what has come of that, as she was still casting the magic last we left off with her. The boys went to town in the new forge that was created.
Yes, we did.
They built a door.
We
They
did.
built a door.
We actually did, We did build a
Yeah.
door. That's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, you built a door.
Mhm.
you built a machine gun arm,
Yes.
which had you finished that, or did you have one step left to do in that, Valisaur?
I think we got to piece it together at this point.
Piece it together. Perfect. So, thing to do in the morning because you guys finished up for the night. And then after that, Mixinix went to go take a bath.
You're forgetting the very, very important revelation Mixie had.
Yeah, where the inn is actually basically a Fey entity. Yeah. Yeah, it seemed very mysterious and creepy as well. It was
Yaga.
somewhat threatening in its demeanor.
Baba
Though
Yaga.
it didn't really seem as to know why, except that, food-related things. Yeah, I mean, that is actually a very important thing to note. And then Mixinix went to go take a bath, which Deshane, before he went off to bed, went to go have a conversation with her. And that is where we left off. Valisaur did set up with Smasher out in the teleportation room. And Smasher, as he was going into sentry mode, ended up shutting completely down. Though it was kind of odd how he did. He flittered through several different colors in his eyes and then out cold. And
Bad
then
news.
we now come and find ourselves zooming in on Deshane and Mixinix. Mixinix taking a bubble bath. Deshane sitting out having a card reading and a conversation with her.
Yeah. It's not really card reading. That'll come.
Phrasing.
I'm going to. So what I left off with last week was, Mixie, we need to talk. And then I forgot what you said.
About what we were planning on doing. Yeah, because we bantered a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think we ended on we need to talk about where we're gonna go, as you described cards to the audience.
Oh yeah. I'm looking down at those cards now. I'm gonna walk over and grab the light that's on that side table and bring it closer to this table. And yeah, I'm gonna say, what do your gods say about where you need to go?
Nothing. But my literal single-handed mission is to just spread joy.
Sounds like a god to me.
And the only thing I can't click with her here. The last time I talked with her, we were saying goodbye.
What do you think of this Valisaur?
He's a fucking tool.
I think he means well, but I don't know. I don't know his moral code.
Okay, I'm not going to respond to that. And Smasher.
What are your thoughts on him?
on Valisor.
Mm-hmm.
About the same, but unfortunately, Ka has brought him here. And unless it takes him out, there's nothing I can do. Not unless he gives me a reason.
Fair.
Do you think Smasher's going through puberty right now? Because it really seems like it.
I guess in a way, this was his second time meeting Cephas, right?
I believe so.
And his change started after the first meeting. I'm more than concerned about what will change after this most recent meeting.
Maybe I'll get past this phase. Where do you think we should go next? Should we follow Valisor on his journey? Should we investigate why you can't seem to connect to your god? Or do we keep moving forward?
I think whatever Valisor's caught up in has got the attention of some unsavory types on us. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but there's more people who know more than they should about us.
It's probably not him.
Not just him. I do remember you pointing a gun at me.
Yeah. I'm gonna look down at my card. I don't really know what to do. This is the first time I've had multiple paths.
I think we'll end up in the same spot no matter what we do.
Undoubtedly.
If we want to stay as a unit, we should probably deal with whatever Valisor's got going on. So maybe he'll stop making deals with people like Cephas.
Doubt it. But we'll see. Pull out a pre-rolled cigarette that I rolled earlier. It's smoking it.
Drinks from a glass of wine.
That's what we'll do. Figure that out. And keep moving.
We have to change with whatever gets thrown at us at this point.
Exactly.
Rolling with the punches.
Is there anything else new? Anything I need to know?
Well, I turned into a wolf. I know you saw that. I think you saw that. Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, no. I did that to myself.
At this point, I believe it.
Not 1,000% sure why or how it worked, but it did. Which means this power of belief in wherever we are is startlingly more powerful than probably any of our personal homes.
In my world, it is. At least it was. There's fairy tales about it.
Fairy tales have sparks of truth in them, mostly.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Or a lesson.
Do you have any questions for me?
Do you have anything else you're willing to open up about? I don't even know what to ask with you. I'm just gonna let you tell me what you think is okay to share with me. I'm not gonna pull for answers or questions with you.
You ask and I will speak true.
What are you trying to hide?
Nothing you don't already know.
And why continue to try and hide it?
It's not hiding. It's avoidance.
That's just like how partial truths and half truths are still technically kind of lying.
I'm aware.
You trust me.
Yes.
Good, because I trust you. What was your world like? What's a home like for you?
My world or my home?
Let's go with home.
Gilead was a nice place. At least, used to be. The world I come from moved on long ago. I was born in a dying world. Dead, probably. But it was a bastion. A last standing ground. All the other baronies fell, but Gilead stood.
Fell to
Until it
what?
didn't. He called himself John Farson, but it was the Crimson King.
And that was the one who tried to shoot me?
No,
No. Who was that again?
that was Walter. Martin. Whatever the hell he's calling himself now.
What is his role in all of this?
Whatever he wants it to be.
Was he aligned with this Crimson King?
Of course he is. Unless he's got something to gain personally.
Oh. Starting to feel like I have the best history amongst our party
Well,
for the most part.
for the most part.
I've got
I did
pretty
have a
good-
happy childhood
I was made from a tree.
for a time. Till I was 12.
I've told you I don't know how old I am, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you could call what I had a childhood. There's a time period in my life I just don't remember, and then I'm being found by a priest of Lyra. Growing up in a church that throws parties all the time is fun for the most part.
But it's lonely.
Lonely. And it's difficult when you are constantly barraged by another religion that's somehow here. The Lovatarians follow Lovatar, whose whole thing is pain. And somehow joy is the exact opposite of pain.
Sounds like a demon of the Prim.
They like to take hostages.
How so?
Disrupt a party, kill who they kill a couple people, take other people away. Generally the kids, because they can't defend themselves.
There's a story about one of these demons. Feeds off of children's fear. I assume it's about the same.
People go through enough pain and they lose themselves. The minds of children are very pliable.
Very powerful. I haven't told you this yet, but the closer we get to the tower, the less magic there's going to be. But I don't know how well your abilities are going to do in my world. The closer we get to the tower, the less magic there is.
It's why I'm working on other things.
I could be wrong, so
Better to be prepared than to not be.
in my world, there's none of this. None of anything that I've seen. At least there hasn't been since those fairy tales were written, if they are true. There are abilities, but it's called the shine, not magic.
I'll be curious to see.
Yeah, it'll be something. Anything else?
Any questions for me?
None right now.
I'm an open book. You can ask me whenever. Preferably when it's the two of us.
Okay. I'm gonna slide the cards back into a stack and put them with the rest of the playing cards. And I'm gonna say, enjoy your bath, Mixie. I'll get you in the morning.
Okay. Sleep well.
You too. And then I'm gonna step out, shut the door. And go back to my room.
All right. You are the only one in your room tonight.
Okay. I get into bed and I sleep with my gun's next to me in reaching distance.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right. The
Pixie doesn't sleep tonight. She just keeps the water warm. Make sure there's bubbles going. Is there a mirror in the bathroom?
There is, yes.
It's covered.
Okay. All right. Are you gonna do anything other than bathe?
No, we'll probably practice partial shifting.
While you are bathing, you hear in your head from Pip.
That was a real good conversation. I enjoyed it.
That's not Pip's voice, by the way. Would you like a more stable form of resting at times? I have a thought that perhaps we can work on as well.
I'm willing to work on anything, especially with you.
If I were to rest and then rest your mental capacity, you could instead take a short rest to garner any health or whatever you might need, and then I can take the long rest, and afterward your spells can be restored. At least that would be the idea.
Splitting the rest time, kind of?
Yeah. I've never tried it.
I think it's something we should definitely work on. We don't know what's coming.
No, we don't. And this place unnerves me.
Yeah. Comfy. I'm pretty sure we're safe here. I'm pretty sure I warded against people who wouldn't be safe here.
Yes, that was a very good addition. Plus, whatever the wizard is doing is massive and may be having an effect on this location.
I'm curious to see what we've made.
Hmm. I will rest now then. So that you get your spells back for tomorrow. Hopefully. We'll see if it works.
We'll see.
Alright. Valisor, while you are resting,
Oh God, let me sleep.
No.
the alertness of your helmet, would it wake you up if someone poured it in and then kind of didn't pay you or the robot any mind and just walked through the door?
No, but the alarm spell around would. Because
Okay,
remember,
well.
I cast an alarm around the thing, so whenever someone steps over that, blaring sirens only I can hear in my head.
Okay, what about leaving? Like walking through the door and then going out the teleporter. Would that also set off the
I
alarm?
would also set off the alarm.
Okay, good. Just making sure. All right. Let's see what happens. Well, he is a stage closer, Mixinix. You do feel rested, per se. You don't feel like you're exhausted when the morning comes around. But you're not going to get the long rest feature for spells this time around.
That's fine. I don't think I... Oh no, I think I did.
Yeah, you are
I
currently
am completely
out of spells.
spent. Yep. Let's hope I made something really good with that wizard.
Right? Valisor,
Sabi.
nothing happens with you yet, Deshane. Also, I can't hear you. He said words and I didn't hear him.
None of us did. Things are happening. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
Okay. So yeah, Valisor, no one actually comes through the teleporter that night. The alarm spell doesn't go off, but your helmet would record the innkeeper stepping into the room at one point. So if that would wake up, or rather set off your alarms, he did do that.
Okay, well, I mean, if my helmet notices it, it would wake me up, but that's kind of what it's designed to do.
Yeah. But it is just the innkeeper, and he's not stepping through the teleporter in any way whatsoever. He's just checking on the two of you.
I'll leave it. Just, keep my eye on him until he leaves.
He's only in there for like 10 seconds at most. Pops his head
Sweet.
in, sees the two of you, and then closes the door.
Cuckoo.
Deshane, while you
Beautiful.
are sleeping,
There's
you
an
do
alarm
get a
spell
dream.
around his room, too.
Yes,
Both of
you
them.
do get a
Just
dream.
lock me in. Okay.
There's a strange sensation while you are sleeping. At first, it's almost like you're falling, and usually when you're falling in a dream, it wakes you up. But you don't wake up from this feeling, and it suddenly stops, and you find yourself standing in a familiar location. It's a field full of red roses. The air is soft, warm, and it's a nice breeze that's cool but not cold, blowing the roses back and forth. Seems too calm, almost.
Okay, well, I'm gonna roll an insight. Make sure that I know that this is a dream. Oh, it's not bad. That's my insight. 18.
You know you are sleeping.
Okay. I'm just gonna look around and wait for this dream to happen because I know it's coming. I don't know that there's nothing I could do about it. So
Right. You get the urge to turn around, feeling someone's eyes on you.
I turn around.
There's a man wearing completely black standing there. And behind him, kind of framing the whole area, sort of more like splitting it in half, actually. It's like slicing the whole area in half, is a massive black tower. Very familiar sight for you. The man is staring at you, glare on his face.
I'm gonna reach down and start rolling a dream cigarette, and I'm gonna say as I do so, I'm getting real tired of the games.
He doesn't quite respond, but he takes a step forward, and you can see that for him, it seems like it's a very difficult step forward. Like he's really pulling himself, like having to drag himself forward. And then you hear an almost labored, "Where are you?"
As I stick the cigarette in my mouth and strike the match against my gruff cheek and light my cigarette, I'm gonna start walking towards him.
It is very easy for you to move.
I'm gonna get to where I'm like out of reaching distance, and I'm gonna inhale and exhale directly into his face.
He looks pissed.
I'm gonna say, how many times are we gonna do this? How many times have you tried to kill me and not gotten it done? How many times until I find you?
He growls and says, "Until you die."
That's doubtful, I say, and as he takes a step forward, I'm gonna take a step back and
It's
my cigarette.
increasingly difficult for him to step forward as he tries, but he does keep trying.
Okay, I'm gonna start walking circles around him. And
You
I'm
don't
gonna
find
say,
it at all difficult.
let me say, so what exactly is your goal at this point in time? I mean, I know it was different before and it'll probably be different later, but what exactly what's in it for you at this point? You've already destroyed my world.
There's a semi-panicked look on his face for a moment, and then it solidifies back to a glare, and he goes, "At this point, to escape."
Well, I think you've been trying to do that for a while, Walter. Or is it Martin?
There's a
Or
twitch.
what? Something else now?
Who did this?
I have no idea. If I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
There's kind of a flash in the background, and you see what can only be described as the absence of light sucking in everything around it. It's a black hole, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the black hole, and I'm gonna look at Walter, and I'm gonna say, I think a door's been opened for you.
There's only panic on his face, and you notice you're unaffected by all of this, but the area around you seems to be stretching, pulling, like getting thinner. Even the man in black seems to be pulling and getting thinner and pulled away from you. And he says, "Oh, fine." And then darkness.
All right. Yeah. As I wake up from my dream, I say, "Ugh, fuck. I hated that man since I was a child. Ugh. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get ready for the day early."
Excellent. Makes the next. Not too much happens over the night. Pip does his thing where he tries to rest for you, gets closer to the answer. You don't feel exhausted in the morning, but morning does peak, and you do successfully change fully halfway once throughout the night. You find it's getting a little bit easier every time.
Gonna come in handy.
Right, and morning starts to dawn.
I will be making, or I guess ordering, some Feywild demon made coffee and breakfast for everyone, as I quickly run and go grab something to drink. So
Perfect.
Actually, I was going to say, if I could, I'd like to be awake before everyone else.
too bad. Who woke up from the dream first? Constitution roll.
Who's got a helmet that'll wake him up at any time it tells you to? I'll beat you, bud.
You didn't sleep at all.
Oh,
I mean,
shoot.
Makes it beats us.
to be rightfully
For
fair,
sure.
you're all quite awake quite earlier than would normally be expected. But you do find Deshane is already walking out into the main area, as you are also walking out. However, Smasher doesn't seem to be moving at all.
Okay.
He is completely silent. And Mixinix, when did you want to get moving?
I have things.
Hold on. We'll get back to you. Don't worry.
Probably first sign of light is when I pull myself out of the tub.
Excellent. Perfect. All right. Go for it, Balasor.
I'm gonna go up to the bartender, the innkeeper, put both my hands squarely on the counter, and say, I would like to speak with the Fae.
The innkeeper kind of looks at you for a moment. Yeah. You're not the first. He kind of steps away, but as he steps away, still standing there is the tall, very thin, pale individual that is the Fae, who puts his hands on the counter, kind of similar to how you have yours on the counter. And he leans forward and he goes, yes. He, by the way, goes and prepares food.
Let me just turn your mic sound up. From my education, no one in the Fae gives without expecting or taking. So what is it you are taking from us by giving so much?
The Fae seems to lean closer to you for a moment, sizing you up. And you get the distinct feeling that he's not just sizing you up normally, he's also using magic to look through you. Do you have any... Roll a will save, actually. Or, sorry, wisdom save.
The 3-5 is showing.
As per always, it's shite. 10.
10. Yeah, you do feel like someone has essentially seen through you, not into your mind or anything, or seen your thoughts, but seen through you as an individual. And the entity kind of leans back and goes, "Nothing for you to worry about." And he puts his elbows on the counter and leans forward again.
I do not believe you. Now tell me, what is it you are taking from us for what you have given?
Not from you, and not for you to worry about.
What is it you are taking from us for what you have given? I can do this all day. I'm not going to die anytime soon.
You are a peculiar creature. It looks over at you, Deshane, who has also just come to the counter, or rather had come to the counter and ordered some coffee and some breakfast foods. And it goes, continuously questions when the answer that is going to be given has already been given.
Your answer is not satisfactory. Then what is it you do take for what is given to others? And why are we exempt?
I'm just gonna turn around and keep doing what I'm doing with the coffee and stuff.
You can see it's essentially trying to think as to whether or not it wants to answer you. But at the same time, you actually roll an Arcana check for me, Valisor.
$22.
You see him casting a spell essentially. It's a spell of sending to an individual you have never you have no idea who it is. And then he seems to get a reply back, and he looks back down at you and he goes, "Power. I garner power by providing service. The power I get is from an entity that has asked me to provide the service."
You are a lackey. What is your name?
I don't lack anything, and I don't feel inclined to tell you my name.
You lack your own incentive to do things for yourself. You lack the capability to overpower the one who desires power from you, and you lack the ability to defeat him. You are a lackey.
Those last two were correct. The first one is quite false.
Really, then? What is
Yes,
it you would
you
rather
see-
be doing?
You assume I'd rather be doing anything else?
No, I don't. That is why I asked the question. I did not say you would rather be doing anything else. I asked, what is it you would rather be doing? Which implies that I do not know. And you avoided the question, which implies that you do.
The creature seems to squint at you for a long period of moment, Valisor, before it finally says, no. And it disappears.
I'm going to turn around, walk over to Deshane, pick up one of the coffee mugs, start sipping it. Well, I've had my fun for the day.
By the way, both of you notice there's something going on at one of the tables specifically where the wizard had been sitting. You think there's still a table there, but it's kind of hard to tell. You see, light seems to be bending around the area in different ways, making it difficult to see anything actually there. But at the same time, as you move, you can see the light shift And when you get to a certain position at any of the other tables, you can actually see that there is actually someone sitting there, currently poring over a very large book with a currently glowing many colors stone floating right above their left hand.
And a reminder, the stone is about this big.
Yep.
Should we finish that arm?
Yeah.
I grab the third cup. Mixie will find her own. And I put it just a little gently, softly in front of the sorceress. Kind of eked it a little bit closer. Coffee, if you can. Good luck.
When you put your hand through the kind of shimmering, light bendy barrier thing, you feel no resistance, except for a slight cooling sensation. Your hand's robotic, right?
Yes.
But you do still feel, right?
Fleshy hand. Yes, I do.
Okay, good. You do still feel the cooling sensation, but because you have metal hands, there's a slight frosting on the metal that you can also feel, so it's almost like your hand ices up a little bit. But the coffee itself seems to stay completely and utterly hot, passing through the barrier.
Just look at my hand curiously. And follow to wherever Deshane went with all the pieces. To put this chain gun arm together.
Yeah. Before you guys actually leave, though, for that room, Mixie Nix, are you going to go out to the area in the morning? I ask as you have food in your mouth. Hold on, guys. I need you all to go get food so I can ask at the right perfect time for you guys to contribute to the conversation.
I will.
Go ahead.
No, you. I was just agreeing with him.
Mixie probably shuffles through the set of drawers to see if there's like a robe, because she cleans all of her stuff. And it's just hanging to dry. So she's gonna put on this robe she finds.
Yeah. When you are leaving and you look over at your clothing, there is steam coming off of them, so they're gonna dry faster than normal. But you do find a robe to wear in the meantime.
And I just kind of walk on out.
You are entering as they are about to start leaving. And there's you from that angle, you can actually see there's someone sitting at the table pouring over a tome. Nothing seems off from where you're currently located at the door.
Ah, Lady Shimmerpop.
Morning.
Good morning. If you could, I believe I've pissed off the Fae. Now, to be fair, I did it on purpose. However, it occurred to me they might actually have a few pieces of information I could use. I have no leads for my path as of right now. Would you mind possibly asking?
Where's Smasher?
Still in his cycle.
Okay.
Go
Okay,
check
a
on
little
him.
bit more.
Go check on him when you get done eating.
Yep.
You head on off. Put that gun together.
All right,
Let's go
Mixie.
make a gun now. Let's go make
Oh,
a
they're
gun now.
in
Gonna
there.
shoot this Fae to pieces. It's gonna fucking die. It's not.
Please
It's
don't.
gonna kill us.
Yeah. So while you are you going to approach the counter?
Yep.
Okay.
I need coffee.
Perfect. There is already a pot plus a cup with some coffee currently in it. And you see Ian approach and put a plate down on one of the other bigger plates full of sausages. He glances over at the where the wizard's sitting and he goes, something is going on there.
You been like that all night?
Yes, actually it's gotten a little worse. At about 2 hours ago, it's like she put up a little bit of a force field between myself and her, so I can't currently see her from where I'm at.
Huh.
I assume it's to protect her from being seen by the Fae.
Okay. How upset is the Fae?
He chuckles and he goes, more annoyed that he let someone lead him down that path of conversation rather than leading someone down that path of conversation himself.
The Fae, he's struggling with being played twice now.
Yes. Enough so that he has connected a mental link with myself and him. So now I know everything he knows.
That's amazing.
I'm not sure why he did. I mean, I can think of one reason why he would do it. Maybe it's that he never has to show himself again.
Who does he work for? I did catch that as I was walking in.
He's not 100% sure, but my guess is it is a very powerful Archfey in the Feywild that may be a Dark Lord.
Dark Lord.
So there is a
Ooh.
Fey wild here.
Yeah.
Fun.
I think the Feywild might be one of those places that is mostly multiversal.
I just wasn't sure if a chunk of it was bitten off or not.
He seems to contemplate for a moment. Makes you wonder whether or not a chunk of it was bitten off. Whether it's truly... That's a good thought process.
Yep. Did any questions that my companion asks stick out to the Fae as particularly not wanting to answer?
All of them. What were his questions, though?
That was me going, I don't remember what else was asked.
Yeah, suddenly the DM has also forgotten. What were the questions Valisor was asking?
I don't know, that shit came out of the top of my head.
Yeah,
Oh,
quick,
cool.
clip it, send it back. We don't remember.
We don't remember anything. Something about, what does he want to actually be doing?
Oh, right, yeah. That was the only one he technically didn't answer.
Well, that's also technically the only real question I did ask.
Yeah.
Mora accusing him and showing him the direct logic of making him a lackey.
Yeah. Which he still doesn't believe. Yeah, well,
If you could
I think-
be a deer, and when Valisor comes back, if he has questions, answer them without putting yourself in peril.
Yeah.
Fae can be fickly.
Indeed.
Mixie grabs a piece of toast and walks over to the wizard. Coffee
As
and
you-
toast in the other.
As you turn and walk towards her, you notice that it's almost like there's nothing there. But at the angle which you are, because you're smaller than the Fae is, you can see some of the light refracting at the top portion of her spell. And you know that something's going on right there.
Yep.
And then as you walk through her spell, it's very cold. It's almost like frost seems to build, but not harmful in any way, just very cold. And you see a cup of coffee right next to her that has not yet been touched.
I tried growing an extra layer under my robe with fur. I just want this part of it. Just this part of it.
It actually works.
Anything I can do to help?
You get no response.
None at all this time?
Mm-mm. She is almost as if she is completely catatonic. Her eyes, no longer that purple coloring that you had seen last night, are now completely and utterly black. And the magic coming out of her hand at this point is almost you recognize it as being radiant at this point. And you're like, hold on a second. Radiant isn't usually arcane. Radiant's usually divine. But this is most definitely arcane radiant. And she is hand currently glued to a page, just looking down at it as she's casting.
I'm gonna look at the page, see if I can decipher anything.
It's almost as if the words, the runes, the pictures, and everything written on the page is moving. You see it shifting, changing, adjusting. Where her finger is one brick of text. You're not sure what language it's in. You have comprehend languages, though, right? She's essentially imbuing the stone with healing properties now, similar to what you had done, but at a much more direct and arcane level, so that the stone itself emanates it and reverberates it. So essentially what the room was doing, but in the stone. And that's basically what the block of text is describing, even though you're not sure why you understand that whole thing from one block of text. But the rest of the page that she's on seems to kind of flow around that and change, and different diagrams, different words, different
Like the pages are
things.
turning without being turned.
Exactly.
When I read this block, did I get the sense that if I tried casting, like, message, it would disrupt everything?
No. No.
I'm gonna try casting message.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay. What are you saying?
Any way I can help?
You hear a kind of tired response of, no, I'm almost done. I've got like 15 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let me know if you need anything. There's
I'll
coffee on the table.
Oh, perfect. I'll need that when I come out.
Are you cold? Do you need a blanket? Like it's frosty in here.
No, this is good. This is good. You actually notice there's steam coming off of her.
Nice. I get it. I'm gonna go now. And just kind of walks out with my cold coffee and toast.
Actually, your coffee seems completely unaffected. The mug itself, though, is cool. So now that you've stepped out of the barrier, the coffee's going to start cooling down because the mug is.
my toast is cold. So I'm gonna walk back to the
Your toast
counter,
is cold.
put the cold piece of toast on the counter. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was gonna be so cold in there. Grab another piece of toast. Chug the
Yeah.
coffee. Put the cup down, grab a different cup, fill it up with coffee, and go. And check on Smasher.
The innkeeper takes your spent toast and goes, squirrels will like this, and then puts the mug over at the sink. We'll actually come back to you checking on Smasher after we check in on these boys here for a moment, because something's going on there. All right, boys, putting that gun together, or arm together, I mean.
Yep. I'm giving it a good clean, a good oil down all the parts, all the gun parts as he sets up the arm.
And I'm repeatedly screwing each piece so they're fastened together.
This will be the only time in this whole ordeal that I'm going to ask you guys to actually roll a Tinkers. Since you are assisting each other, so either of you can, assist the other, or you can roll individually. I'll let you decide.
My check's plus 7.
What would be my... Because it's proficiency in what?
Intelligence.
Dex. Or intelligence, intelligence,
Yeah,
sorry. I
using-
always say
using
dex for
Tinker
some
stuff.
reason. It's intelligence.
Dex is a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
Yours
This
is
is
4
different.
Deshane.
Yes, I see. It's going to be a 23 with a 19 on the die.
Nice.
My dice roll good when I need them to. Only for this character.
I don't.
your dice are like, what'd you get?
9 with a 2 on the die.
Oh my goodness. Well, you as you're putting things together, Valsor, it does take you a little longer than it takes Deshane. Deshane, you expertly put yours together. And you have it fully oiled and ready for the rest of his arm long before he actually finishes. But there's actually a reason for this. As you're putting it together, Valsor, you notice some of the connections in certain areas were a little off, so you had to make some adjustments. But you did manage to fix them all as you put them together, and no hitches, nothing wrong with the arm, as far as you can tell. And you guys takes about an hour, but you guys get the thing put together.
I come up to him with it like fully built, and going clink, 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 like turning it, and I put it up to his ear, and I say in a hushed tone, "Listen to how good this sounds." Clink, 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 clink.
I take my left arm off and put the new one on. Just look at it and...
Valisor, I need 2 things from you. First, a perception roll.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
19?
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, and the next is a wisdom save.
Okie dokie. This is where it's going to roll me terrible. Yeah. 8.
8. Oh my goodness.
Every
you're not
time,
kidding
when it
on that
matters.
one.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I never will. I never have. I'm the one you tell to make that roll the most, and I never get it.
It would seem. The first thing you do notice is there's almost like a momentary flash in your helmet when you put the arm on, and then everything clears up a little bit clearer than it was before. Visually speaking.
I've got one of the magazines, and I'm clink, clink, putting bullets in. And I ask, do you think that like magic room thing would work for a shooting range? And then I set the first mag down, and I grab the second. Clink,
Possibly.
clink, clink.
I think the Fae would make for a good one as well.
Yes, well, let's test it out first before you go doing something stupid with it.
I'm not that stupid. It's clear to me that Faye is far stronger.
You never know.
All the same. Would be a good experience. You think I could capture souls with this device?
I have no idea. I know
Hmm.
guns, not magic.
I spin around and walk towards the door. I have an idea.
All
The
right.
magazines.
Before you actually leave the door, we are going to go check in with Maxinix and Smasher because that is
Okay.
technically happening before your
Yeah.
hour is done.
I-
So
Before, when he says, don't forget the magazines, I stop him. Oh, shit. Right. Yes. I go get a magazine and shove it in.
It goes, how do you want it? So for visualization, how would you like it? Because I was thinking like on top, but like off to the side like that.
That's exactly
know?
how I was thinking about it. Yeah, yeah.
Like, you just
off
turn
to the
your arm
side.
and just clink.
kind of like that family infamous rifle that grandfather worked on.
You mean the stand?
Oh,
No, more of an
Nice.
angle.
More of an
Or
angle.
an angle than
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Not so much
Dope.
to just straight to the side,
Yeah.
but more of a
Here we
upwards
go.
angle.
Here we go. All right, Maxinix, checking in on Smasher. When you get in there, he is at the moment completely unresponsive.
Masher?
The moment you touch him, there's a boom sound. And then you hear the whirring of gears. And then his lights turn on, but they don't seem like they had been before. You see a line with a blip go boop, boop, kind of like a heartbeat monitor, boop, across his eyes, as if they were one monitor, even though they are technically two.
I am going to ritual cast detect magic.
Smasher is most definitely a magical creature.
Yeah, well, yeah. I've used detect magic with him around before. I'm looking for differences because I
differences?
haven't used it around him since Cephas.
That's true. You don't notice anything different, actually. There doesn't seem to be any magical difference between Smasher as he was before Cephas and Smasher as he is after. His armor, but that wasn't Cephas. That was Callus and the orcs. Lily.
I stand in front and kind of wave my hand.
His head kind of twitches momentarily, and then his eyes light up, and he goes, "Greetings. How may I be of service?"
What's your name?
I have no designation.
Mixie's pissed. Mixie's so pissed, I think she struggles keeping shape.
Your eyes kind of shift.
I take a claw and I scratch on the wall. I need to have a conversation with someone. Be back soon, Mixie. I go on the teleporter.
All right. Roll percentage die for me.
95.
I assume you're attempting to go to Cephas. The teleportation does not work.
Erect scrub.
And that's when you
That
notice the teleportation circle itself is a little quiet. There's no light. There doesn't seem to be any magic coming from it.
Being affected by Sylvie.
Are you in distress? Do you need assistance? Smasher stands up. And you notice it is much more robotic than normal, even though he does tend to stand up and move robotically sometimes. It's almost like each move is a thought process that has to be made until he's fully standing. I nearly said something else. And he looks down at you and goes, I can be of a service.
Do you have a key on your person?
You see him move his hands up and down his body as he's checking it, and then he finds a bag, and he goes, no, but I do have this, and he offers you his bag of holding.
I grab it, and I'm looking for the key. And did he have the door that he made? You have the key. How did you get the key from Smasher?
He gave me the key at some point.
Yeah, that was like one of the last things Smasher did before going into sentry mode.
So I don't find it. Do
No.
I find the door that they made?
He does have the door in there, yes.
Can you follow me, please?
I will follow you.
I'm going straight to the boys.
As I grab the handle to walk out,
Yep.
Here comes Mixie Nix and Smasher coming in.
Describe to them what you currently look like, Mixie Nix.
I have the full canine teeth going on. Like, it looks like my mouth is trying to shift, but it knows I need to be able to speak, so it's like the snarls look more elongated mouth, but they come back. But she is snarling. Her claws are fully extended, and she's definitely got the ears. And if you look at her legs, they're starting to do the wolf weird bend.
Backward bendy, yeah.
Do you want Pip to be doing anything specific?
I think I'd rather just be hiding in a hole.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Because you can
I don't think Mixie's even thinking about it. She is.
Yeah. Essentially, you as player per se, do you want him to look like anything per se? Or I could describe what he would look like if you want me to.
You go ahead.
Right. Currently, at the moment, he looks a lot like her hands have gauntlets that are kind of almost fleshy-ish, but made of metal that go up and reinforce her claws. And you can see it is Pip along her shoulders as well. Some rather gnarly-looking, almost rose-like thorns are growing.
I need
Okay.
the key, please.
Why?
Ask him his name.
Hello.
What's your name?
I do not have a designation. May I be of assistance?
Key, please.
I'm gonna look at Valastor and I'm gonna say hard reset.
Can I do an arcane and an insight check?
Yeah. Do the arcane first and the insight right after.
Okay.
We might be able to look at him, Mixie. When he first opened up, I took a look at him. Reminded me of some farm equipment that used to be used in Gilead.
The arcana was a 13, the insight was a 12.
I'm gonna cast guidance. I see you trying to do things. You're trying to help the situation.
Processing, yes.
Yeah. What does that guidance do again? That's plus
Gives me a
1d4?
D4 for one
D4.
of the rolls.
I will do it for both.
For both? Okay. Just kind of circling it around him. You do see, by the way, Mixie, I've got a chain gun arm on right now. Not my typical arm.
And Valisor, go ahead and do both of these at advantage.
Okay. Well, ain't that just dandy? Thanks for the guidance. They both are 4s. And oh, mama. 29 for the Arcana. It's much better.
Nice.
And 19 for the Insight.
Nice. So, magically speaking, you don't see anything off. You do notice in your helmet, there's a reading that is shown to you. And it's all in Magus, which is kind of surprising. But it's kind of like Iron Man's readouts and whatnot. But what you see is a quick rundown of Smasher's full system diagnostics, essentially. And it notes certain locations in his body where there have been modifications that Callus has made, or where there have been modifications that were made by an unknown entity. And then it denotes in the mind part that currently his main functions are on standby, while he has a rudimentary protocol currently running.
Smasher. Was there a reset that happened recently?
No. There was no reset. He is still himself.
Was it?
But
the insight, by the way, tells you that this it just wants to be of assistance.
he is still himself. However, he is on standby still. This, what we are seeing, is a shell.
Backup
I believe.
programming.
Yes, that is a way of putting it. However, this itself is more... How should I reckon this?
Simple.
Have you ever seen a caterpillar enter into a cocoon?
Yes.
Smasher has done that. His base programming and his base self has actually entered into a status to grow and develop into what he actually would like to be. I believe we are finding the end of Smasher's teenage stage, which we should be thankful for. Teenagers are a pain in the ass.
The worst.
I had 2 Mixie Nicks.
So he's locked in there in his
Goodness.
cocoon. And
For now.
currently, Smasher 2 is the program running in order to keep his body alive and sound.
Yes. Keep it moving at the very least.
At the very least.
How do we know it's what he wants to be?
We won't until he wakes up.
Anything other than that would be merely making an assumption, Lady Shimmerpop. And should we do that, all we'd be doing is making asses out of ourselves. I would rather let it see it through and see how this ends.
Valisor, as the readings are still currently up, go ahead and make a perception roll for me.
21.
21. You notice
Advantage.
there's a not on this one.
Nah.
There's
oh,
a
What?
well, this isn't your helmet giving you advantage for this.
Well, I always roll at advantage, so I did roll that at advantage, so...
Oh, okay. We're just going to go with
if
you
this-
having rolled at
if this
advantage
shouldn't
because
have been-
we
if it
naturally
should-
do that.
If it's a perception
I'll-
and it doesn't need to be advantage, let me know in advance, please.
I'll
'cause
let you know in advance. I keep forgetting that you always do because of your helmet.
I always have advantage.
So we'll just go with what you told me. 21.
Oh, yes, 21. We could go with a lower
yeah.
roll. It's 19, so not that far off.
Same result basically. But you do notice there's a connector at the base of Smasher's skull, similar to one of the ones you had to adjust in the arm that you just made. You might be able to get more information there.
Suddenly I feel like I am in this world from a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. No? Oh, well, very well.
It's barbaric.
I'm going to search through his pockets, find the multi-tool, and use that.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to Mixie next. I'm gonna drop down on one knee. I'm gonna put my hand on her shoulder. I'm gonna say, we'll try and figure it out ourselves. We don't need to go back there right now. Besides, every time we go back, something changes. So,
You do find a revolver on his person, but you don't find the multi-tool. The multi-tool's in his bag of holding.
if you're looking for the multi-tool, it's in his bag of holding.
Where's his bag of holding?
Oh, I see.
Pull it from Mixon and hand it over to you.
Reach in, grab it. These are expensive. Where did you get one?
Where do you think?
Cephas?
I don't remember. Mixie.
I wasn't there, but that's when it suddenly started appearing.
It's actually the tower. Callus got in the tower. The mimics made it.
Yeah, he
for
got
him.
it from the mimics.
Yeah.
She didn't see it until after.
Yep.
That is the first
That's
time
true.
I pulled it out. I start working on the skull. I have to reach out because, Smash is bigger than me.
And when you do mess with it, you notice it is a connector, so you could connect wires essentially. It's not something you're very familiar with per se, but it's lingering on technologies you've probably seen mentioned or thought of. Definitely have seen at Cephas's place. But it looks like something can plug in. And it looks like one of those wires might have been one of the ones that you messed with on your arm.
I'm gonna say, Mixie, calm down. We'll figure it out.
If he
You
doesn't
trust me?
come back as Smasher,
Did you just
Then we'll figure it out.
Yes.
Then I will personally go ask Cephas just what the hell happened. I'll promise you
Valasor
that.
suddenly gets
I was
very
just going to have a
quiet.
conversation. We didn't really get a chance
Probably-
to have one with him.
Probably healthier than what I would do. So, why don't we go with that?
Right. Valasor, for you, it's almost like you kind of get yanked into what feels like a memory. You're a small child. You're currently hiding under a table. It's not a very big table, but you're hiding there. There's fear running through your body. You're shaking. You've got tears running down your face. And all you hear is the sounds of screams and fighting and burning buildings. And you can smell wood burning. You can see fires raging off the walls. The shadows playing off the walls and everything. And as you see smoke start to billow under one of the doors that you can see, you crawl out from under the table, still very much afraid, tears rolling down. You crawl over to a window. There's so much fear running through you as you peek over and out, and you can see on the street your father, blood gushing out of a neck wound that's just been delivered to him. Your mother, currently crucified to a cross that is being borne by several individuals, heavily chained and horribly mangled.
No.
Roman crucifixions?
This ain't my past.
Or
so
pagan.
do I see
No, it's
myself
not
in my
your-
reflection?
You're not looking out a window, as in per se a window. You're looking through a window, but there's no glass.
Okay.
The glass
okay.
is gone.
Okay.
And it's Roman, very Roman. It's a
one?
horrible
Old
sight.
school Roman or later Roman? Or
Later.
Or Christian Roman.
Christian Roman. They were nailed. There's so many other crosses also, and as you're looking, you can see a man in these white flowing robes and big armor, which you recognize, like it's similar to the Laban armor you wear. Like there's very similar mechanics and whatnot involved, but this one seems much more steam based, much more a steam piece of mechanics essentially. He then brings his axe down on your father's head, completely crushing it, as you watch them drag your sister off in the distance. You suddenly feel the hot swelling heat behind you, and the commotion outside and the violence, it moves on. Let's see, where are we? It moves on down the street, and you can see them all dragging people out of their houses, killing them or putting them up on crosses. And the last thing you hear is a big booming voice of the individual, which the memory recognizes this individual as a paladin of Menoth. As he yells, "This city shall be cleansed in the name of Menoth, and we shall be its his burning fire." And then
Holy fire.
and then the memory ends and you're back. The connector seems cold.
What sense do I get of that memory? Was that Smash's memory, or where did that come from?
You're unsure as to the name of the individual of whose memory that is, but instinctually you almost feel like it's actually Cephas's.
Mixie gave up the struggle when Dishane was like refusing to hand her the key, and she's just shifted full wolf. She can't. She's not being listened to, and if she's not going to be listened to, she's not going to have a mouth to speak with.
The Pip has kind of taken on a kind of spiny look, giving your back a rather unfriendly environment, essentially.
I think I would go inside the bubble.
Where it's nice and cool. And she's almost done. Took longer than 15 minutes.
I unplug.
Sorry.
Walk over to the bartender. I have questions and you are going to answer. I find myself in the mood to kill something, and I'd rather not kill you.
Smasher, by the way, moves into the bubble with Mixie Nix and sits down.
Yeah,
She curls up, she curls up in his lap, just.
He seems to pet you, completely oblivious to the unfriendly environment on your back.
Yeah, I think Pip would consciously be
Probably
aware that
adjust.
it's Smasher.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'd say to Smasher too. Say, Smasher, watch over Mixie Nix. That's your job. And then
Okay.
leave the room.
Ian, the bartender, leans forward, looking at you, and goes, "Of course, what can I do for you?"
The being that made you, the Fae, said he captures souls in here. I would like to know how.
He was exaggerating on falsehoods. He definitely does not capture souls himself anywhere, ever. And he can't anymore anyway.
Can you forgicate spells?
Forgicate?
Apologies. A term my son used to use. Can you make spells?
Oh. I haven't tried spellcasting yet myself. Kind of a little.
If you haven't tried spellcasting, I would just like to know if this place can make spells.
Well, I'm getting to the answer of that, which is the answer no. No, I cannot.
I just turn and leave.
Right.
And I yell out,
He goes back to cooking.
I'm leaving. And I walk out the front door.
The front door. Okay. Roll a percentage die for me.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
70.
Oh. Well, fine then. Yeah, you walk out, very familiar sight. It's still the same location you guys were at previously. There is a little bit of difference in the fact that there's a tree nearby that seems to have been fallen that had not been fallen when you had first arrived. It's newly felled. Other than that, it is mostly just forest, snow, and grass everywhere. You're quiet.
Do I see him leaving? Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I yelled it out to everyone.
Yeah, he made it obvious.
I'm going to call out to you through the door. We've decided we're going to figure out your thing first. So, unless this is the direction you need to go, I think maybe we should plan. Or at least decide.
I just cast message so you can hear me, so I don't have to yell at you. And all you hear is, I have no leads, no names, and no direction. There is no planning. There is only walking.
I'm going to reach into my back pocket and pull out that demon jaw. And the way I hold it is like this, with my finger like on the jaw. Like the jaw is like this, you know? Out. And I shake it. And I say, we have a lead.
You have a jaw. That is not a lead.
We'll see. And I'm going to turn around and walk back inside.
I keep walking. I go a distance.
All right. While you guys are having that conversation, someone finishes their spell. And Mixie Nix, you hear a thump as Sylvie suddenly collapses, and all the magic she was casting suddenly ends, and that stone she was casting into gives off a very nice, warm, calm feeling on top of glowing, a somewhat pure white energy. But she looks completely drained and is currently struggling to lift herself enough to even grasp at the cup of coffee next to her.
I think at seeing her collapse, Mixie would just like jump out and try and help, like shift back,
Give her assistance.
try and help. Realize she's a bit small to be helping with these kinds of things, and go, Smasher, can you help?
The moment you jumped up, shifted, and started helping, Smasher also stood up and started assisting as well. So when you go to say, Smasher, can you help? He's already there, giving you assistance and lifting her up and picking her up in his arms.
I take her. I walk to my room. I grab the cup of coffee and I walk to my room. Follow me, please.
As you start to go, she grasps at your shoulder and says, my book. Like, don't leave my book.
Grabs the book.
As you put your hand on it, by the way, there's a kind of cool feeling. And as you pull it from the table, it seems to shrink and close at the same time. So you are holding a book suitable for your size, which is very familiar, seeing as this inn does the same thing.
Have the book and coffee in one arm and the stone in the other. And let's go, Smasher.
Take her to the room, and he follows with her in tow. And that's when you see the two of them walking to the room, Deshane. As you turn around to come back in.
I'm gonna say, Mixie, we have an issue. Valisor is leaving. And in the other direction of what we need to go.
If he wants our help, tell him to come back. Give me 5 more minutes.
I don't have magic to speak with. He's far away now.
You have legs. Longer legs than I do.
Run, Forrest, run!
I'm gonna reach into my bag and start pulling out my skins and start wrapping that shit up to go chase after him.
Oh, poor Deshane. You've got legs! Yeah, Valsar, how far are you going before, or what are you up to?
I'd probably go about 500 feet before I stop, collapse at a tree and pull out my stone and listen.
On your stone, that's the one that's singing.
No, I do the singing.
You
It's
do
the
the
stone with other things.
Right. When you come across him, Deshane, that is what he is doing.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand there for a moment.
And you would probably catch some of the message.
Let me do an insight. It's a fire insight. Let's see, folks. That's another 18 insight. It's 2 18s I've rolled for insights today.
Oh.
How do you feel, Valsor?
And what do I hear, if anything?
I just have to get to the right page of notes. You hear a woman's voice speaking out. Elena's off early, studying with some friends. Gaius hasn't got out of bed yet, the lazy turd. I left early for the meet. There's a few diplomats I need to speak with. There's food in the bag of cooling. You can put it together. Make sure Gaius does his reading this time. And Elena, she needs to do her swimming. Anyway, I'll see you later. I love you. It'll be a late day.
I'm gonna walk up slow, as not to startle.
And that's when I start singing.
Okay,
A nice, soft melody.
I'm gonna stand there for a minute, and then I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna start gathering wood, and I'm gonna clear off a spot to make a fire.
Perception roll for me, Deshane. You don't have to worry, Valsor, because your helmet will tell you if anything happens.
That's going to be a 19.
19, cool, yeah.
Fatty 19.
You can see that a couple, like 20 feet, 20, 30 feet off to one side, there is a section of the forest that seems to have been disturbed, but it would have been sometime last night.
Okay, I'm just going to make that fire, and I'm going to get it big and raging. Like a pretty big fire.
Big, raging fire. Thought more like small, tiny flame.
Eventually, I do stand up.
Okay. I'm just going to be standing by my lit fire, smoking a cigarette, waiting for you.
How is it you plan on using a skull or a jaw to find demons?
I'm pulling up a previous message that I sent to Murray. 1 second.
I mixed up the names, by the way. Elena's my wife, Angelica's the daughter.
Gotcha. Yeah, so did you see that message, right, Vaughn?
Which one was it?
The one before about what the jawbone will be used for.
Oh.
That's the right spell, I was thinking, right?
I think so.
Syrinscape, folks. Somebody do an ad real quick as I look this up.
Syrinscape, everybody. If you want those epic sounds in the background of all your TTRPGs and everything you do that is wonderful in life, definitely check out the wonderful sounds of Syrinscape. You've got sounds for Cthulhu, sounds for space, sounds for pretty much every single eldritch god out there, and the vast majority of all of your D&D encounters. They have hyenas, they have other stuff, and even more stuff, and all the things that can bring a delightful little smile or tear to your eye.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vaughn. I think... Is that a spell?
It's scrying is a little weaker than what you would be referring to, but essentially it's what you're referring to, I think, where you can see or spy on the individual.
No. So what it is it's supposed to show you something or give you a feeling, or it's if you're in need, you know, you can use it to like find that thing you're in need of.
A compass.
Oh, clairvoyance. Yeah, clairvoyance.
Okay, clairvoyance.
Yeah, clairvoyance. Yeah.
Okay.
Something like clairvoyance.
All right. Sorry, folks, for that long Syrinscape ad.
Hey, don't say sorry for my beautiful Syrinscape ad.
Exactly.
That was a pretty good
I'm
Syrinscape ad.
gonna take a drag of my cigarette, and I'm going to say something in Celestial under my breath into the jawbone, and I'm gonna hand it to you. I'm just gonna say, throw it into the fire. It might work, it might not. I don't know the rules here.
Just look at it. If it guides us to the creature this came from, all it'll do is send us to hell. And I throw it in the fire.
All right. Valisor. And Deshane. The fire before you seems to take on a little bit of a different shade of red. It's a deeper color, almost reminiscent of burning blood, like blood if it were fire instead of blood. You also
Obviously.
kind of, yeah, you also kind of get this, or rather hear, but not quite hear, the sound of screaming and pain, and get this kind of sulfuric smell stuck in your nose for a brief moment. And then there's a kind of flowing ocean sound. And the sulfur is replaced with the smell of salt. And the screaming is replaced with the sound of seagulls. And you feel warm sun and solid stone under your feet. And Valisor, you specifically can actually see a beachfront of pebbles. And just beyond the waves, just out in the ocean that you see before you, walks a massive demon with large wings and multiple horns protruding from the top of its head. It doesn't seem to look over at you or in the direction of the land at all. It just trudges along in the ocean. And then you look down and you see a teleportation ring, very similar to the one in the inn. But this one, the runes and the script, none of it's Elvish. It's all different. It's wrong. The script's just wrong. It's just off feeling and off-putting. But it glows a purplish, not a familiar purple, kind of a darker, deeper purple than anything you've seen before. Almost black, in fact, kind of color. And you get the feeling you could probably get yourself to this location if you had access to a teleportation ring.
Okay. As soon as I come out of this vision thingy, I look at Deshane. It worked. But it was pointless. Until I can kill his soul, there is no point hunting him.
Unless the path to figure out how to do that lies along the path of hunting him. I could have said that in a much better way, but my brain did that 1990s modem sound halfway through the sentence.
The path that leads us there is through a simple teleportation circle which is present in the inn. And I will not hunt him or his lackeys until I have the means to permanently destroy them. And I do not have that. So unless between here, the inn, and that teleportation circle, there is the means of which I have checked, and asked, and looked, then we are not going there.
Okay. You said it worked. Well, then it worked. But
The fire has not changed color yet, by the way.
spent some time with it, I say, and I turn and I walk away from the fire.
What kind of energy is coming off of this fire? What kind of magic?
It feels very fiendish to you. Almost like the fire itself is the fire of hell.
And that writing, was it infernal?
No, it was not infernal.
Okay.
You would recognize infernal, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I would. I speak it and write it.
Yeah.
And everything.
That's right.
with it.
And just for the record, I couldn't see anything.
No.
It only
didn't
works
see
for
it.
you.
I am going to stick my hand inside the fire and cast Absorb Elements.
Which hand?
The real one.
The real one, okay. Because your other arm's currently a gun,
Yes,
right?
it is. It's currently a gun.
Blam just blows up.
I still could technically do it with the other one, but
When you stick... Is your helmet connected?
yeah, it is.
No,
every single piece of my armor is connected to
It's
as
all
one
connected,
piece.
yeah.
It cannot be removed other than by anyone other than me. I'm the only person who can take my armor off.
Perfect. As you're sticking your hand in, you see readings show up on your helmet again. These readings give you a varying degrees of heat, which you do feel, ranging from way too hot, you should probably pull your hand out, to way too cold, you should probably pull your hand out. However, you do feel scales on the other side, and you realize this fire should probably be put out.
Fuck that shit, I'll leave it.
Okay. Are you walking away from the fire now?
No, I'm staying right next to it and waiting for whatever the hell's gonna come out so I can shoot something.
All right, perfect. Something does come out, but first we're gonna go back to the inn.
Okay.
Mixie Nix. Smasher lays Sylvie down in the bed and then covers her up.
I hand her her cup of coffee.
She shakily takes it.
I say, stay here. I'm just grabbing food real quick.
Okay. And he goes, and then you see him get down into the same form that he usually assumes. However, the process of it is much more jerky and processed than normal.
I realized I've shifted into a wolf and back. Did the ropes shift with me? It's not my normal gear. I know my gear would, but did the robe?
Funny enough, you are currently not wearing the robes. They were left behind.
Cool.
But
I'm very
You're
fuzzy
close.
then. I'm
Yes.
probably very fuzzy.
yes.
Either that or Pip is completely just...
I mean, he did cover you up pretty much fully and whatnot, so.
As long as he covered the back and the important bits. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab a plate real quick.
Right. She has finished her coffee by the time you get back. You see some more
There's
life.
another cup. There's another cup.
Perfect. Yeah, you see life starting to come back into her face, and she starts to hungrily feast on the food.
What did we do?
She points at the rock and she goes, okay, so you know what you were saying about a transporting healing room and whatnot? That rock has multiple layers inside of it. 3 to be exact. The first one is what you did, which is the healing and the peace. I expanded on the healing, so it is truly a healing kind of thing. But it also, like, if you put it down and you just put a little bit of your magic into it, it'll just fill the area with a feeling of peace and calm. How it does that is the interesting part, because you know how the room needed the fountain for the power and then the room itself to bounce and reverberate all the magic off of. Well, I have a second layer for bouncing and reverberating all the magic, and then inside the core of it, I put a little bit of it's like a wormhole in an apple, but in reality. So the hole goes from one side to the other, but at the same time is in the same place. To the fountain in my tower. So that's where it's getting all the excess power. The third layer, the outer layer, then takes the reverberation that goes on the inside and shoots it outward, making an area of effect.
I grab the rock and shoot a cantrip into it because it's all I've got. And pray I get something out of it.
You, for about a minute, nothing happens, and then it warms up and starts to glow a kind of pinkish, bluish pastel color, which then kind of pops, and you hear soft sounds of party going on for a brief moment, and then you look up and she looks completely fine. She looks rested, well rested, and you also feel well rested. You just had a long rest. However, the stone is now cold, and she goes and breathes heavily, and she goes, "Well, that worked better than I thought it would. I feel great now. Thanks for doing that, Nixie Nix."
Me too.
She casts a spell on the stone just to check. Okay, good. It is working. It is recharging. It's going to take a full day to recharge, though. So be careful.
Once a day kind of thing, that's okay. That's okay. If I need it more than once a day, I'm just going to find a way to the room.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I mean, there's kind of a rift right in the center of the stone, so if you really had to, you can throw it on the ground, jump in the wormhole that gets created, end up in my room.
Should I avoid putting this in a bag of holding?
She picks up her book, and it stays a smaller size, by the way, when she opens it and flitters through it for a bit. Yes, you can put that in a bag of holding. And then she goes, "What time is it?"
Smasher, do you know what time it is?
There's a brief moment as he computes. Hold on a second, I gotta check to see if Smasher has something. Do you have the "I've always got the time" feat?
I don't think he does.
I don't think it does.
No, so not right off the bat. He takes about 5 minutes to compute before he finally does answer. And the answer he gives is, it is roughly mid-morning, coming to early noon.
There you go.
Well, that's good to know. I need to be heading back to the tower. I think I have an idea on something I need to research quickly, but this inn, the innkeeper, and all the stuff situated concerning it had me wondering. The plains of Ravenloft, like how do they sit? Like, where are they? Are they like a bundle of blobs, or are they like plates that you can stack on each other? So I'm gonna go research that and see what I find, because if this inn is ever present, then maybe there's a way we could get it to be present in all the plains of Ravenloft and have it be an actual anchor point, which would actually help with managing all the chaos that is going around. At least that's my theory.
I hope you're right. This place needs some I can't believe I'm about to say this, but it needs some law.
Law of nature. Yes, I agree.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but it's too chaotic here.
Far too chaotic. Well, I'm gonna head off then and start looking into that. I'll let you know what I find out, Mixie Nix.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on.
Good luck.
Thank you, and good luck
You
to
want a
you as
hug?
well. Yes, I do. She immediately picks you up and holds you, and you get a really tight.
I am the teddy bear in this hug, and I am happy with it.
Yep. And then she makes her way out, and first she goes to the teleporter room. Then she comes out of the teleporter room, and she goes.
Might have broke that.
Then she goes back into the teleporter room. I'll roll this for her, see if she notices. Nope, she doesn't. Comes back in and she goes, I hope not. I really hope not. But, yeah.
Yeah, it was. I tried to go somewhere. There's no magic in it.
She looks over at the innkeeper and he goes, I'll keep an eye on it, see if it turns on again, but, we haven't noticed anything concerning it. It just doesn't seem to be working.
I assumed it was something to do with you casting your stuff, so it might work now.
No, I just tried it. It's dead. It's completely dead right now. She looks at the room and then she looks over at you and she goes, yeah, I don't know if I did that or what, but hopefully it was nothing. Yeah. She casts teleport on herself and disappears. And we're going to go to break, folks, because it is that time.
I have to pee.
Me as well,
Me
as
too.
I take a drink.
I'm gonna be pee real bad.
Glug, 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 glug. Bye.
We'll
be right back.
Time.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her.
Oh my god.
And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Nightbane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
This is dental hour.
Oh, yeah.
Laugh, love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
Where he's like,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action of the Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing?
No,
Go that way.
Straightforward. Straightforward. Now left. Now
Now
left.
go to the left. Yeah.
Now
right
straightforward. Right in that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ. What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. The snot that is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Satyr tots.
Let's go talk to Brolog. I got some
Satyr tots.
satyr tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hoogulapid.
All right, well, Brolog will embrace the handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we like take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers, though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not?
Oh,
Jesus.
no.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Close to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
All right, we're back. So
From outer space.
Sylvie just disappeared. Deshane, you walked away from Valisor.
Yes, I did.
Did you head back to the inn?
I was walking. Well, okay, so how far away were we from the inn? Roughly.
About 500 feet.
I am not going to go back all the way. I'm going to go like 200 feet away.
Okay.
And like lean up against a tree.
All right, make a perception roll for me.
Ugh. Sorry, math. Quick maths. 15.
15. All right. Valisor, the fire before you suddenly kind of forms, shifts, change, and you see walk out of it a fox, just a simple forest fox, and then right behind it another fox, and then the third fox, and these three foxes all stop and look up at you briefly for a moment.
I'm not waiting, I'm shooting them.
All right, open fire.
Well, still getting used to the gun, apparently. Yeah, that's going to be a total of 10.
Nice.
You see them jump out of the way, but while one of them does run off, attempting to head off into the forest, the other two both seem to turn towards you, and I need you to roll initiative. Deshane, you definitely heard those gunshots.
I literally was about to put another cigarette to my mouth that I was just... And I put it back in. And I start walking back in that direction.
All right. Also roll initiative for me.
I will. That line is crooked. 1 second.
I don't want to go over there. What is this?
30, even with an 18 on the die.
Velasor?
Well, now the die decides to treat me nicely. Natural 20 with +2, so 22.
Nice. All right. Deshane, you walk forward. You're going to end up spending all your movement for this one.
Yep.
What is your movement?
30 feet.
30, so 60 feet total. That means it'll be round 3 that you can get into combat. Wait, what's your range on your guns?
120.
120? Oh yeah, no, it'll be next combat. You can start shooting if you wanted to. Velasor, you have 2 foxes attempting to, or looking like they're about to bite at your ankles.
Where did the third one go?
It has turned around and is heading into the forest. It's not out of sight yet.
How far away is it?
About 40 feet.
40 feet? Great.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to use my Magus ability, cast Wall of Fire about 60 feet away from me, encompassing us in a wall of fire.
All right. Dex. 60 feet, you said, right?
You said it's about 40 feet.
Yeah, he's about 40 feet.
What I really want to do is try to make a U-shape or a circle around all of us.
You can definitely get the U shape, but his distance may make it a little difficult to get a circle.
Okay. I will do the U shape.
And it's significant enough that it would force him back towards you in order to get out from around the wall of fire.
Okay. Then I will use my bonus action to get what is it called? Giant's Might. To grow in size. Action Surge. Try to beat the living crap out of one of these things in front of me with my fisty fist.
Bring it down on it.
Alright, dice, treat me nicely. And Zelda, these are not foxes. It is a facade. It is a facade. 13 plus 8.
Meanwhile, I'm just shooting foxes, guys.
21.
20. You hit.
Sweet. I will also put in my firebrand thing into this one. It needs to give me a strength saving throw.
What's the DC on that? Don't bother
15.
answering. It failed.
Okay. It is restrained. At the end of its turn, it can retry that strength saving throw to
How
try
much
to get
damage
out.
did you?
Let me try to find out. Oh, I need to be rolling a d8 as well. Oh. Good grief. Rolling poorly on my damage here. 8 plus 5, 13 force damage and 4 fire damage.
Okay. So, and your attacks are magical because of the gauntlets,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Entirely magical.
So, when you bring your fist down on this fox, there's no resistance. You don't even really feel the bones crush underneath. You just splat. Blood, gore, and obviously not a fox underneath your fist. A green, scaled, disgusting insect-like kind of demon creature that you know as a quasit is what remains underneath your fist. The other fox that looked to attack you squeals in fear. And it's their turn now, unless you have something more to do.
I will simply say, give me what I want and I'll spare you.
All right, on their turn, the one in front of you is going to attempt to bolt past you. You have an attack of opportunity.
Absolutely, I'm taking it. Uh, 17.
That hits. What's the minimum amount of damage you can do?
7.
You kill it.
Okay.
Yeah, so as it tries to run past, you just kind of crunch. It's squished as well. The only one remaining now stands kind of as far away from the wall as it can get, but also as far away from you as it can get. So it's kind of somewhere in between the U shape and you. And Deshane, that's what you come up on as it is now your turn. You see a fox, 2 squished demonic-looking creatures, which you probably think are from the Prim, and Valisaur with gore on one of his fists.
No. It never touches my fist. It's vibrations from the fist. That thing literally got vibrated to pieces.
With gore nowhere on his fists. Just gore everywhere else.
As I run up upon this scene. Okay, they're all.
Oh, and a wall of fire. Yeah, and a wall of fire, by the way. A wall of raging fire that is currently keeping the third fox where it's standing as it shivers looking at Valisaur.
Okay. I'm just gonna fire away. Yeah, fuck it. Action surge, everything I got. 6 attacks. How many foxes are there?
Just one. You probably will not need to action surge.
Oh, okay. I thought you said there was more than one. My bad. Oh, you said
there had been
multiple bodies. Yes. And then
yeah.
Now there's only one.
Now there's only one.
Actually. How far away is this fox?
It's from where you're at, it's about 100, maybe 90-ish feet away from you.
Shit. That's not enough time.
You did have to move to get to this position, by the way.
Okay, I am going to shoot this thing non-lethally.
In the leg.
So that the Valisaur can get answers if need be, because I don't know what the situation is. So, first attack is an 18 to hit.
18 hits?
Yeah, that's going to be 15 non-lethal damage.
Alright, yeah, you actually blow its leg off.
Oh, that's...
I mean, it doesn't look like it's dead yet, but it's down. It doesn't look dead yet. And it's not a fox anymore. It is now kind of an insect-like creature with these little antenna-like horns, a long tail, green scaly feet, skin, and feet with 2 kind of pinchy claws on them.
Okay, I'm gonna run to it.
Well, 1 foot with 2 pinchy claws on it now.
Yep, I'm gonna run to it.
And you're out of initiative now, Valisaur, so you can also... Because this thing's down. It's not dead, but it is down.
Click my heels to make sure I get to it first.
And you do, by the way, because it is your turn after Deshane, technically, and you are closer to him.
Okay. When I get to it, I pick it up by the scruff right by the chest area. Lift it.
Your hand can go around this whole thing.
Oh, I'm just grabbing one small area. In fact, actually, I'm going to grab one of his limbs. Just pick him up by one of his limbs. And start walking towards the wall of fire and say to him in Infernal, "What is his name?"
There's no response at first before this thing seems to come to as you get closer to the fire. And it looks up at you and he goes, "No, don't hurt me!" In Infernal.
Squeezing the arm. "What is his name?"
It screams and it goes, "Whose name? Whose name?"
"The one you serve."
Agroth! I said Agroth!
"Where is he?"
He's in hell! Ah! Ah! The canyons! Ah!
"Where are the others?"
What others?
"Everything you know. Speak."
I don't know what you're talking about!
I break the arm.
Snap. Ah! And Deshane, as you walk up, this thing is just screaming in terror and pain. And the wall of fire around you is pretty hot.
Okay, knowing that they're speaking Infernal and that I can't stand, I'm just gonna say, you better tell him what he needs to know. And I'm gonna reload my pistol with an This is an intimidation, actually.
Do it. Do it.
As I reload, with an intimidation of a nat 20 to a total of 25.
I was gonna say you have advantage because Valsar is currently also intimidating and has just broken the thing's arm, but you got a nat 20, so that's good. Yeah. So through the course of many screams, lots of sobs, and extreme pain, he tells you he serves a demon named Agroth. Agroth works alongside two demons, one named Gotrid and the other named Eligar. I am coming up with these off the top of my head, so you better be writing them down.
It's always recorded videos, yeah?
Yeah, right. And they are part of a group that serve another demon, a more powerful demon, who does not have a name he knows, but he does try to describe the individual to you as being what suave incubus-like creature with a long red tail, kind of werewolf-like hind limbs, but no fur, just red scales. Red scales all over the body, actually, and horns that come out and then pull back. And big bat-like wings. And then he, after getting that far, proceeds to expire.
I can't spare the dying.
Well, then he does not proceed to expire.
And I proceed to break the rest of his limbs and leave him there.
Well, he will expire within the minute, so...
I will do everything I can to keep him alive. But to keep him as much misery as possible, without killing him.
All right.
Yet.
Just leaving him there instead of taking him with you. Unless you want to take him with you and continue to do this and turn from being whatever maybe possibly good alignment you might be to evil.
Hey, you never know.
And well, I leave him there. I just tie him up into a tree area where predators cannot get him, so he can survive as long as possible. And I begin to turn around and look at the fire and look at Deshane. It did give me more than I needed.
The fire, by the way, looks normal again. But you also notice something else. Right outside, or right beside the fire, is a it's a skull. It's not a human skull. It's probably demonic of origin. Multiple eye sockets, horn apertures coming from it. And it's resting on a large, well, not large, a short sword that has been stuck into the ground. And you can see writing in Infernal on this skull.
What's it say?
It's essentially saying, enjoyed watching you play with those. Have fun with any others. I can't wait to see what you do next.
First lesson of the day. Shoot that skull.
Nah, I use a giant smite and crush it with my feet.
It's powder. The sword underneath was definitely not made of any kind of special material. Brittle iron, poor leathers, rotten wood. It also gets crushed and basically turned to powder by your step.
I look at Shane again. If I cannot destroy their souls, I will do to them what I have done to that. They do not deserve to be reborn. They deserve to suffer. And I start heading back for the inn.
I'm going to put out the rest of the fire to be eco-conscious and walk back to the inn.
Nice. Mixie Nix.
Mixie Nix.
I have put all my gear back on.
Okay.
Kind of just keep checking on Smasher.
He follows you around pretty much everywhere you go, unless you tell him to do otherwise. And then those two come walking in.
I think she has a moment where she just, like, he's sitting down. She's got her head on his chest, and she's crying and just says, I need you to come back. I just need you back.
Make a perception roll for me.
Perception.
And I have something for Deshane when I walk back.
Okay.
17?
17. You hear some whirring and gears changing as you have your ear against his chest. And as you are just crying and just ear against his chest, you almost feel like that whirring and that gear changing starts to sound like a heartbeat. But mechanical.
I don't know what's the mechanical heart sound like.
Clang, boom. Clang, boom. Clang, boom.
That was a good car.
Thank you.
That was a good car.
Alright. Unless you have anything more mixing these, we're going to quickly figure out what Valisar has for Deshane. Go for it.
While we are walking back, you would just say, why is it you help me?
Because this is my way to the tower. And I say that without looking at you.
I will not hesitate to do to anyone or anything what I have done to that creature behind me. Anything gets in my way, I will cut them down. Do you still seek to help me?
It's not by choice. It's cause. But just remember, on this path of vengeance of yours, it's probably not what your loved ones would have wanted. I'd know.
Maybe not.
But it's what you want.
No. But yes. It is the only way I get to see them again.
There's never only one way.
Believe me, there is only one other way, and that they would not forgive me for.
Then we find this asshole, and you put a bullet in its head, and then we keep moving forward. If you don't want to follow me after that, you don't have.
My job is done. I am done.
Then I'll walk with you until you reach the clearing at the end of the path.
I'm gonna need a perception roll from both of you while you're walking back.
It's fucking gay. More foxes? Foxery.
So many foxes. All the foxes.
23.
Oh, same, actually. Thanks.
Hey.
You'll be a
Nice,
Coke.
nice. Yeah. The sound of birds flitters through the air, which you realize now you hadn't been hearing until now. And then, the inn suddenly appears before you because you walk around a tree and there it is.
Nice. We'll go on in.
All right, when did...
Last little thing, I promise.
Okay.
Put my hand
Last
on-
little thing.
on the door handle and look at Shane. I haven't seen my family in over 200 years. It is not that I don't want to help you finish your task. It is that the only thing I want in this world is to see them again.
I take nothing personal from it. Besides, in the end, it's only going to be me.
Then your guns need upgrading. And I open the door and walk in.
I look down at them. These are the guns of my father. How dare you? And then I walk inside.
How dare you? Yeah. You two are going to walk in to Mixie Nix and Smasher in the main area. The wizard is gone. Ian seems to have prepared some more foods for lunch-related dishes. And he did set next to you, by the way, Mixie Nix, a mug of something. In case you wanted to drink it.
Probably does offhandedly.
Whatever it is, it's warm and it feels comfortable and soothing. It's an herbal tea. And it's got a slight flavor of honey to it.
Leaf blood.
Yeah, that's what you guys see.
Okay. Look at Valisor. And I'm gonna say, we need to work on Smasher before we leave. Mixie Nix does not need this at this time.
There is no need to work on Smasher. He will come out of his shell as soon as he is ready. Nor do I seek to see what is inside his mind again I have seen
What
it
did you
once
see?
before. Demons destroying and killing everything around them. Pillaging, raping, eating the flesh off of living beings. I saw Cephas's childhood. If that is instilled within Smasher, then he has a lot to take care of himself. And there is nothing we can do for him until he's decided to unshell himself again. Bringing him out early will only cause more drama.
Why they ever decided to put artificial intelligence into robots, I understand.
I'm not sure it was intentional.
Either way, I like Smasher, but he's the only one. Every other robot I've ever met. Not a fun time.
I don't fully understand what's going on, to be truthful. But there is more to Smasher than there is to any other that I've ever seen. The only person who can truly understand and tell us what is going on would be Cephas. And I'm not even sure he could fully tell us.
We stay another night, then we leave in the morning. Mixie needs. I don't like it, but without
We can go now.
I look over a little bit startled, like, oh, she could hear us the whole time.
She was right there.
Oh, I thought we were a little bit from.
I'm now a werewolf. I have a little bit better.
Little better perception, yeah.
Werewolf nerd.
We have to have a conversation first.
Yep.
By your lead.
I am looking straight at you, Belisor. Not a single emotion at this moment on my face. You can tell I've been crying recently. You can see my hands shaking with anger. But there's nothing on my face.
I give Alisora a look of good luck, and then I slowly back away to the counter.
I remove the chain arm, put my other arm back on, and hand it to Deshane, and it might need calibration. And walk over to Mixie Nix.
Thalisor.
Yes.
Your left arm. That was your left arm, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
It
your
is
left
my
arm.
arm.
It feels warm and tingly, more like what you really expect for a moment before there's a cold sensation that runs down it momentarily. And then you're normal again.
In my head, I think I'm going to have to get used to that.
There's also a little indicator down at a little portion of your helmet that suddenly goes 100% and then fades away.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to do some research on that. Yeah, walk over to where Mixie is and stand and wait.
I'd like to think of us as a team.
That's not a good start, folks.
Oh, shit.
We
I'd
help
like
each
to
other.
think of us as friends.
We watch each other's backs.
I can still hear you. Keep going. I'm just gonna be off
Yep.
screen.
One of ours isn't. Okay. Complete strangers who should know nothing about us, know things about all of us. And we're vulnerable right now. And you just left. I want to help you with whatever it is you need to do. But we have to stick together. You can't keep walking off without a care about the rest of us. And if you can't do that, here's your chance to walk away.
I kneel on both knees. And helmet comes completely off. The left side of my face is completely gone. It is all machine and mechanics. The eyebrows cut off partway through, and from the top you can see there is a natural mark that at first kind of looks like a birthmark. Then you can clearly see is the language that Callus would write in all the time. On the plating around it, the writing is finished. The left eye is bionicle. The right eye is a deep purple and all black. There is no white to it at all. When I looked into Smash's mind, I saw a scene that I experienced many years ago. The town I was in was raided by demons. Everyone in it slaughtered, destroyed, torn to pieces before my very eyes. My 2 children were ripped to shreds and eaten before my eyes. My wife did what she had to. I will not experience that again. I cannot. And I do everything I can to end this misery and finally see them again. For 200 years I have walked by myself. For 200 years I have been thrown from plane to plane. Without my control, without my willingness. And for 200 years I have been killed repeatedly, over and over and over again, only to be brought back by the insufferable god Hoar, for a vengeance that I would rather see put down, but he will not let me let go of. I apologize if I am not used to working with a team. But I have only been with you all for a few days. It is going to take a while for those years, those centuries, to get retrained. And even then, I'm not sure you're willing to accept some of the things that I must do to finally see the end of this pain.
we've all seen horrors probably nobody should have ever seen. I think the only, I say this loosely because you'll see the contingencies around what I'm about to say. Real betrayal, the only thing I won't stand for is pure cruelty to somebody who doesn't deserve it.
My children did not deserve it.
I know.
Then let's do them a favor. And rip the things that killed them to shreds. And make sure that they will never live again.
Just stay together. I can't keep losing people right now.
Then you're in luck. I can't die.
Death isn't the only way to lose someone.
I'm going to call out from the side of the room after there's like a lull for a second. If we're going to our version of hell, we need to find a priest. And you hear like clink, 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 clink as I'm like adjusting your arm.
He knows you're a cleric, right?
That I introduce myself as a priestess?
No, I mean, we need to go where you are connected to your god.
I have a better idea. What did you name the innkeeper?
He named himself. It's Ian.
Helmet's gonna come back on. I'm gonna stand up. Look at Ian. Ian. Is that teleportation circle? It works, yes.
At the moment, it seems not to be. Yeah, says as Mixie Nix was saying that as well. He goes, yeah, it seems not to be working right now. Where the wizard took a look, but not really sure why.
That is unfortunate.
You said the last place you were in contact with your god was in Daggerfim, correct?
Yep.
Then let's make a pit stop. Let's let you have a conversation. Maybe get some guidance. Maybe we can get a little bit of luck on our side. Before we, take a trip into hell. I say, as I'm like, your arm, like the equivalent of cock your arm.
I am silently looking up and saying in my head, "Alright, you son of a bitch."
You see something burned into the ceiling, by the way, Velisor. Specifically above the counter where Ian's standing. It's Elvish. Do you speak Elvish?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, you don't know what it means, but it is Elvish.
I'm specifically trying to reach out to Hor.
Hor. Okay. Roll percentage dice for me.
92.
Okay. There is silence. deafening silence.
Useless as always. And I guess we're traveling back to Dagrafim. Though I still think it would be better for us to wait. I still have been torn to pieces by many of his lieutenants. We're not strong enough to do this yet. We need more.
And maybe there's something in Dagrafim that needs our looking at.
No. I think we keep moving forward.
I don't think our
Ian,
path here is done yet.
Ian leans forward and he goes, speaking of more, you lot wouldn't know where there's a place that one could more permanently position this in Barovia, do you?
There's a colony of orcs southwest of here. It's called Orca.
Friendly?
Surprisingly, yes.
Oh.
Well, the goblins with them is surprising.
There's another town that could probably use the foot work, the pass-throughs.
Should I stop in Orkin then first and then see about heading to that town? Because that would be ideal, in my opinion.
If it's
Smaller
what's ideal,
town.
it's what ideal.
I think you would bring a smile on the matriarch's face.
Hey.
What's up, Third Callian? You just missed all of the drama. Literally.
You know what time it is? In the last hour, she's just about to absolutely have this fucking chat and a meltdown. Let's go.
Everyone make perception rolls for me. I love perception rolls and rolling percentage dice.
Apparently.
Dirty
huge fan
20.
of
I will also point out the elven scripts
natural
to
20
Nixie
to a
and
total of
Shane.
27. Go ahead.
Nice.
I'm just pointing the elven script out to you.
I quickly read it out loud. What does it say?
Record.
Record.
He put that up there after last night. It's
It just records everything that happens in this room and the kitchen. Yeah, we're in Orkin now.
yeah. I rolled a 2, so a total of 7.
You hear
The
just Shane say first.
Yeah, the perception roll I had you guys roll was to see whether or not you felt. And Deshane, you definitely, as you were reading off that script, felt the place move. Valisar, you think maybe something happened? Mixinix, you were too distracted.
Oh, Mixies.
But yeah, Ian just straight up says, yeah, we're in Orkin now.
I hate this place.
He chuckles as he starts to put food away. I'm actually going to leave the inn for a change. I don't think I've ever left the inn. He mumbles to himself as he's putting stuff away.
Be careful. The goblins will try to eat you. And I'm going to look at Smasher. Come on, Smasher. We have a long road ahead of us. Lady
Okay. Smasher stands up robotically.
I pick up your arm and I walk it over to you and I hand you.
take my other arm off and I'll replace it again.
All right. You don't feel that sensation this time, by the way, but you do see bottom left corner of your helmet very quickly. It goes from 0 to 100%. It takes less than a second.
Have you made any outward commentation face to the weirdness going on?
No.
I've just got this look on my face for the rest of the day now that we've gone backwards.
I'm just gonna stand there. I'm actually gonna point the Gatling thingy out and see if it will show me where it points.
You actually do see a reticle on your helmet.
Huh. I didn't do that.
You then also see in the top right corner a list of commands, or what looks like maybe are commands that are running. And as it runs, you see a question that gets asked a couple of times. Change?
Yes.
The reticle changes. It went from being a crosshair to now being a dot.
Move
what is this,
back.
fucking
Like
Call of Duty? Fucking Modern Warfare lobby all of a sudden? Let me change my reticle real quick, put this camo on my gun. GG easy.
We don't have all day.
What do you want it to look like, by the way?
Half circle, line down, 2 lines on either side of the cut off half circle.
That's what it changes to.
Okay. Well, luck it makes you
Better.
nice. We don't have all day.
By the time you guys get to this point, Ian steps out from behind the counter, out of the kitchen, and he goes, well, I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna go talk to you called her the matriarch?
Well, we didn't call her anything, but you have been in my mind well enough.
I mean, I haven't, but yeah. Yeah. Good luck to you guys. I'm not locking any doors because I don't have any locks on my doors, so.
You could fix
Leave
them.
when you know. Nah, I feel like I need to. And he walks off. Goes through the door, heads to the front door. You just find yourself standing in the inn. It goes quiet. The light inside the inn seems to dim as candles go out one by one.
Well, like he said, we don't have all day. As I walk out the front door.
Yeah, you guys find yourself in Orkin. First thing you notice, it's much busier than the last time, and it had already been pretty busy the last time you were here. Instead of just orcs and goblins and other goblinoids, you now, and as well as humans and Dimitri, you now see a bunch of werewolves running about, leaping from building to building.
To get the friends-free cable?
Yeah, definitely. All of them in their werewolf form in the process, though you do also see a lot more human-like looking individuals. Some of them are elves, some of them are dwarves, some of them are halflings, but they all have a much more gruffer look to them. And Ian currently walking down the street, heading towards what looks like the matriarch's main meeting area, her big tent.
We should probably check in with her. Make sure we're not walking into a war.
Look at Deshane.
I'm looking straight up into the air outside.
That's what I was looking for, is to see if you're looking straight up in the air.
You looking for something specific, I take it?
Yes, I am, with the perception of quick maths 23.
Yeah, it's very unnerving what you're seeing right now, Deshane. You see the line, but you don't see one. You see 13 total lines, all of them going different directions, and you can't really tell which one is the one you want to follow, seeing as all of them look like the one you want to follow.
Well, I've had it of this world.
What do you see?
One more beam than usual, I say, as I just walk towards where I know where the matriarch is.
I'm kind of just leading Smasher by the hand.
Yeah, he lets you, and then you hear him just sort of mumbling to himself. Children, don't let the children die.
Mixie is not okay.
You see every now and then his eyes kind of change and go into thinking mode, and then go back to being normal and thinking mode and normal.
Nope. The minute he said, "Don't let the children die," Mixie's not there.
Deshane. This
Yes.
force you follow. Also looking up at this point, loosely. How
Make
does
a perception roll.
How does it know where to lead you? 15.
I'm gonna stop in my tracks in the snow. I'm gonna look around for a stick in the ground.
Oh, there's you don't actually see any, but there is a tree planted in a nearby location that has what looks like dead branch hanging off of it that would fit stick.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to the dead branch, break it off, and then I'm gonna clear off a fresh bit of snow. And I'm gonna draw a circle with 6 lines running through it evenly. And I'm gonna stick the stick right in the center, like a spoke on a wheel. And I'm gonna say, that's the Dark Tower. These are the beams. On the outside of the beams, it said that there are doors. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. Didn't matter for me before because I was in my world, so I was already within the circle. Beams, if you know what direction they're flowing, lead you right to it.
So you followed your own path. A journey to the Dark Tower.
In a way, I wasn't following a beam. Not closely. It's hard to explain. Now, I say, and I take a step back and I look at it, and then I grab a rock and I stick it down on the middle of one of the beams, and then I grab another rock and I stick it down in the middle of a completely different one. I say, I was here, now I'm here. I think. What you need to understand is that these beams, they don't just end in my world. They go on through all worlds. Infinitely. Forever. There are countless worlds. And these beams run through every single one of them. The ones that are standing, at least.
But where did they lead you?
They will lead me to the tower.
You just said there were 2.
What do you mean?
If there are 2, they cannot both lead to the Dark Tower, otherwise it would be easy to follow.
There are 13, not 12. Whatever glamour is held on that inn, it's affecting the beams. So,
put my
the closer we are to it, the less accurate it is.
On his shoulder. Or perhaps it is because you are following my path now. And there are 13 lieutenants of the pit fiend I hunt.
No, what you don't understand is that the 13th beam is the tower.
I think you need to learn about your religion. Start walking.
I think you need to learn about mine. I say,
I would like
as you
to,
walk.
but apparently you don't know it well enough to be able to teach me.
I'm gonna like turn to Mixie Nix. It like on the heels of
She's
my
not
boots.
there.
I'm not there mentally.
Yeah, she's not. Oh, not their mental. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, like me and Smasher have probably just kept walking while they stopped to do their thing, like not even noticing because he's doing his thing. I have been triggered and am not even.
I'm just
Probably
gonna,
not even walking in the right direction. Just walking.
I'm just gonna say to the husk of Mixie Nix, did I explain that poorly? I said that there were 12 beams and that technically the tower is the 13th. It's connected to the Remember when I told you about the bends of the bow, Merlin's rainbow? And I just walk away.
While you were saying that, by the way, they had still been walking when you'd been doing the drawing, so you're basically saying it to their backs at this point.
Okay. Well, I keep walking.
Yeah. Quote. Yeah. Do you have a comeback, Valiso, or shall we continue?
I'll just continue on when I get to Mixie. Kind of see she's not there and...
She's crying. There are tears. And her hands are bleeding. From squeezing them so tight with her claws.
And then you hear Valisor. Well, why did they do that? Wasn't their god supposed to save humanity?
I will look at Deshane and take Smasher away for a moment.
I'm gonna look at Smash and I'm gonna say, alright, big guy. Let's go.
He attempts to, however, Mixie Nix does have his hand in a vice-like grip with one of hers.
Well, yeah,
The
probably
arm.
easily enough to be like.
I'm just gonna peel them apart.
Yeah, it's not gonna be hard. But the minute like there's nothing there, it's right there, and like the claws are. It's bad.
Carrying in.
Go in front of Mixie Nix. Kneel down. Again. Remove the helmet once more. Do you remember what I told you when we were with Cephas?
Be right back.
There is so little joy to be found in these worlds. I haven't found one who was able to spread it so easily as you. While you are in this state, you are not succeeding at what your mission is. While you are in this state, I sink deeper into a path that I will never come back from. All of us do. You are the light for every single one of us. Without you, there is no redeeming our souls. Without you, I will only become what I hunt. Now look at me, Lady Shimmerpop. Snap out of it. You're better than that. Don't find yourself down the same path as me. You do not want to see yourself become my... Now come on. Smile. Just a little bit, yes.
She just goes in for a hug. She can't, but she needs a hug.
Yep, Pinky's out, folks.
Hugs, yeah. Tyleen stands up with you in that hugging grasp. We have work to do. You most of all. Gives you a little tap on the back of your head. You know, you remind me of Angelica a little. Always smiling and happy. Whenever she got fixated on something that upset her brother, she was furious and so angry. Would never let it go. Gave her mother and me hell every time. Of course, me more so, seeing as I was the stay-at-home dad. Oh, the joys of having twins. The whole time just telling you sweet stories about the kiddos, the wife, while walking to the matriarchs.
You know, this is basically my first family.
You, my dear, have a fucked up family.
I kind of like them.
I think they kind of like you.
Wipes her eyes. Deals with a stuffy nose. We all have ghosts that haunt us from time to time.
A dog.
It's better if we haunt them.
Can't really haunt mine.
Oh, yuck.
Really? Shall we try?
Not sure we can here.
Then perhaps I will have a reason to stick around after all.
And it just leans into you. I
While
didn't
you guys
feel it. Like, she like notices her hands. I didn't.
Hear the zzzz of the Gatling arms. I didn't feel that either when it happened.
Can I ask a question about your new arm?
You can. The question is, are you going to?
Is it made from parts from the arm we stole from Cephas?
Yes.
Is that explains how you were able to... You didn't have any, like, system-y side effects after connecting, did you?
If you mean it came with an augmented automatic aiming system, yes. Rather bizarre.
Was it there before you connected to Smasher?
Was it? I think it was.
Technically, no. I mean, it wasn't there until you asked for it. Oh, you mean the other stuff? Yeah, the other stuff was there before you messed with Smasher. Yeah.
Yes, it was. The memory of what happened to Cephas when he was younger was not. And that I could do without.
It sounds kind of familiar.
I don't know what your past is, but imagine if it were my son Gaius Val who survived, and not me. That is Cephas's past.
Doesn't make up for what he's done.
My Lady Shimmerpop,
For what he's let his followers do.
if that is what you believe, then what I do is not going to make up for what I've done.
Do you know of his followers?
I may have run across one or two.
They sounded incredibly familiar to Lovitar's followers. Weren't any of them?
One is only a product of their past.
I stand kind of outside of that.
Really?
I only know 28 years of my life.
Miss Assassin.
I've only killed one person intentionally. I can't count the other guy who imploded on himself when I tried to heal him as my fault.
That was amusing, you know it.
You mean horrifying?
Oh, no,
Delightful.
that...
It was absolutely delightful. Then why do you call yourself an assassin? Is that not a title you were given in the past? Making you a product of your past?
Technically didn't finish the training.
Ah.
And I told you, I said it to be scary. Because I'm not. I know I'm not.
My dear, you are terrifying. I would much rather go to war with Cephas than with you.
I don't know what that says about me.
I don't know what that says about me. Maybe we should ponder on that. I think we have found the matriarch's tent. Would you like to see her?
Probably a good idea.
I have other errands to do.
All right, before you guys go in, there's something does happen between Smasher and Deshane. So as you guys are continuing your walk, but further back, Smasher's eyes go into a query mode again, and then his head turns and looks at you as he continues moving forward, Deshane, and he says, "Query."
Yeah.
When one's god orders you to destroy all who do not worship, is he good?
No.
The head then turns facing forward and goes back to being just normal eyes. And you keep walking.
Any other questions?
Just before you guys pull up to the tent, the head does turn back to you again. And it says, "Statement."
Mm-hmm. Oh, and for future reference, you don't have to say what you're going to say before you say it. And you can put that into your special program.
Destroying Menoth is important.
I don't know what that is.
His face
but
goes back to being
I'm
blank.
glad to hear it. And I'd slap him on the shoulder.
All right, you guys arrive at the tent. Inside, you can hear what sounds like conversation. Some of it gruff sounding, some of it normal sounding.
I just go in.
Same.
Inside you find it's not terribly crowded. The innkeeper Ian has definitely stepped off to the side and seems to be making himself very small so that he is unnoticed. There are, however, quite a few what looks like werewolves, orcs, and other people around, including Vlad, who is currently sitting at a table with the matriarch and two of her children, the paladin and the heavily armored fellow.
Is Dimitri there?
Dimitri is not present currently. However, you do see an older fellow who looks like he might have come from the same village Dimitri came from. As you guys walk in, hold on, let me get her name quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to be saying the Paladin Orc the whole night, and that's just silly. Is this it? Yeah, Nath. Nods to you guys and then gestures to the side where you can see there's some space that you can take. Currently, they are talking about what happened with the Githyanki, which they all seem rather confused because the moment that Vlad came after the Githyanki and approached them, they seemed to expect a different army. And he's telling the matriarch this. And he says, at the moment, they are staying in the far side of Barovia, trying to ascertain as to what might have caused someone to think they were here, and why who they were looking or expecting to be here is not here. So they are just as confused about being here as everyone is about them being here.
I just walk around and hug the matriarch's leg. I would have gone for Vlad, but he doesn't like public displays of affection.
No, he does not. She more or less picks you up and gives you a hug, by the way, while still listening to Vlad, who does not miss a beat. He seems to have noticed you enter the moment you entered. You also do notice one other slight difference now that you are closer to the two of them. the presence you felt on Vlad seems to be gone. He doesn't seem to be as imposing as he was. He seems much more at ease, slightly smaller, not much smaller, but slightly smaller. And he's also wearing a very extravagant suit of armor, built of the same metal as Smasher. The void metal.
I
And he has a
immediately turn
big...
around and say, "Where's the smithy? I need to find them."
An orc that's near the door gives you instructions as to where to get to the smithy.
I go find the smithy.
Velasor immediately turns around and leaves. He's like, I like that armor. Obviously, it's from here. Sexy Mediterranean. Anyway,
Mixie waves at Vlad with her claws still, and like holes, big holes in her hands.
His red wolf-like eyes, as he's talking to the matriarch, were glued to her, glance down at you, and you see him wave his hand. And you actually notice he has scars in the same locations on his palms. Also, Mixinix, since you are hugging her, that presence you felt on Vlad is now on her.
I need a stone. I just pull a stone out of my pocket and I start making a shimmer rock. I think is what we decided to call them.
Yeah.
Just the calming
sounds
stone.
like a really bad 90s candy that went out,
Shimmer rock.
out immediately.
And now it's just the name of something much different and a lot more fun.
Yeah, it's a
Shimmer
much
rock.
smaller. Yeah, a much smaller stone this time because it's one she just has in her pocket.
Perfect.
And it's just listening and charging a stone.
Yeah, essentially they go over what's been going on. They have not found what has gone on with the gnolls or why the gnolls have suddenly gone quiet. After that initial attack on Orkin, they haven't made any other attacks. And while the matriarch had initially believed Vlad was leading the gnolls, she now knows he isn't. They are their own entity for some reason. You also hear, Mixie, that life in general in Barovia is starting to pick up again. Like, people are moving around. There was a small settlement of a couple of families that survived one of the cullings, essentially, that the orcs found, and that settlement is now building up. Dimitri has actually taken quite a few of the survivors from Kresnik, and they are now building that place up. And at the moment, they are referring to it as New Kresnik. Even though Dimitri was like, please don't call it that.
Don't name another one after me.
Don't call it after my name. Please don't. Please do not call it Kresnik. No, please. Other than that, everything in Barovia currently seems to be at a standstill.
I'm gonna find a seat somewhere and sit down.
Perfect.
Yep.
Smasher follows you to wherever you sit, and then he slowly, robotically gets back into his resting position and sits there. Though occasionally you do see his eyes twirl as if he's thinking, and sometimes hear a kind of mechanical noise coming from him.
I ignore, hoping that his situation improves.
Velasor, as you are seeking the the smithy.
Oh dear.
You do hear what sounds like a bird call. It's raven-like, but the one thing you notice about it is it's like it echoes through a canyon. Even though while you are in the mountain, you are in an area of the mountain where there should be no echo.
Okay, where is it?
You haven't quite seen it yet, but roll for me a perception roll.
Hooky dokey. Because I remember Deshane doing something my first day in this plane. Oh, that's a doo-doo. 11. I rolled a 6 and a 7 with it.
Do I hear this at all?
No, you are currently in the tent.
In the tent.
He's outside the tent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, way up.
Yep.
Snake attack's coming, and I can't help.
You don't see it, but you do hear this bird call, and then you feel something kind of shift, and actually at the door of the smithy, just off to the side in an alleyway, it's like reality kind of bends, turns, and then starts to open and twist and pull apart until finally an opening shows up there. And you can't see what's on the other side of this opening, as it's just a swirling mass of different colors at the moment. But as you are staring at it, it shivers, and then an individual steps out of it. And this individual, he's wearing a kind of dirty brown trench coat that goes down to almost his ankles. He's got some dark pants on that look like they have multiple pockets. You can see 2 pistols, as well as what looks like a smaller rifle-like designed firearm that's kind of connected to his side, but mostly on his back, and a longsword at his waist. He has a leather hood that is up, and a mask that resembles that of a skull, but it looks like it was made out of metal, and it looks like it's been shattered and then welded back together again. And he looks around, turns around to the kind of tear, lifts his left hand up to it, and you see...
Before he can close it, I'm going to activate my Boots of Speed, run up and cast Thundershock on him to try to push him back in.
Okay, go for it. What's the save on it?
Oh, if you
15.
get it right as he closes it, that's what I try to do. Right as he waved his hand, I'd push him through that way. It closed up right behind.
You guys are so hostile.
I've seen this shit before, alright?
What did you say the save was?
15.
Yeah, you feel like you hit a brick wall, and you notice a bunch of runes suddenly spark up around him. As more runes, and these are not familiar runes to you, by the way. They do not seem to be in any language you've ever seen before.
Bugger.
But
damage.
The color on the runes from his hand are white, whereas the color from the runes that you struck are kind of an electric blue. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
So 7 points of thunder damage.
7 points of thunder damage.
7 points of thunder damage.
7 points. 23.
23. Yeah, you just barely managed to dodge out as a bolt of lightning comes from the sky, but no clouds, and strikes exactly where you had been standing. Nice. And then he, without really making too much movement, as smoke comes from his shoulder where you struck him, he turns and looks at you as you see that rift just go shh, shh, and he goes, "Rude,
No. I punch.
All right. Roll an attack.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Nice. You connect with the mask. There's the sound of metal on metal.
I don't actually hit. It stops every time beforehand, and the wave comes out. I'm not actually ever making contact with these.
It still sounds like metal on metal, by the way.
Okay.
But you don't do any damage. As he just steps back a couple steps. And then he appears about 10 feet behind you. To you, what it looked like is he very kind of over there. Kind of a teleport, sort of. But you didn't see what spell he used.
Okay.
And he turns and looks at you and he goes, why are you attacking me?
Because you use unfathomable magic. A magic missile.
Right. Yeah, roll damage. Because those will automatically hit.
Just for the folks at home, because I know we're going to probably leave off before combat really hits.
11.
As all the explosions go off in the background and everyone starts to like move, all you see is this Deshane in his seat, put the cigarette in his mouth and light it and just go,
How many missiles did you shoot? 4? Okay. So as each one hits, the same imagery that when you had struck him the first time trying to push him back into the rift goes off. And you need to make 4 dexterity saving throws for me.
First one was a 14, second 22, third 19, and fourth 9.
Rock on, all the way.
You take 4 points of lightning damage from the first one. The second one you managed to sidestep easily enough, and then you take 5 points of lightning damage from this third one. Did I say you said 4? You rolled 4, right? I'm pretty sure 2 of them saved and 2 of them failed. And the fourth one you just sidestep. I don't remember which.
The fourth one I definitely got hit by. Fourth one was a 9.
So it was the second and third one you sidestep. Okay. Yeah. Because if it was under a 50, you got hit.
Perhaps a moment of teaching is needed.
He doesn't seem at all disturbed by the magic missiles, by the way, but he does kind of look at you for a moment, and he goes, out of curiosity, just so that I know what I'm dealing with here, how many times have you had to deal with someone walking through a random portal that seems to appear out of nowhere?
I've lost track.
Right. And have you had to fight every single one of them?
Yes.
Good gods, my job is hard. Let me just stop you before you do any more damage to anything, including myself. I'm not here to fight anyone, preferably, if at all possible.
My attack dealt no damage to you. Either you
no,
or an
it
immortal.
most definitely did do damage to me, just so you know.
But my fist did not.
No, I mean, didn't seem to for you, but I definitely felt it. Look, we got off on the wrong foot, partially because I stepped through a portal that appeared. So, my name is Scarl Mallory. I am a rift walker. My job is literally to walk through random portals that appear. And you see one appeared in my home plane, and apparently it leads to here, or led to here. The only way to close such rifts is to walk through them and close them from the other side.
I don't believe you.
Well, I mean, at least these rifts that I've noticed. I mean, I have walked through other rifts where that definitely is not the case, but these ones, that's how you close them.
What is your purpose here?
Well, I just fulfilled it. That rift's now closed. I kind of like to explore a little bit, get to know the local folks before I leave, but I could just leave right now if you don't want me to stick around.
What can you do?
He looks at the scorch marks on the ground, then looks around and he goes, well, I'm pretty apt at fighting pretty much anything. But I like to think I'm a little suave and got a bit of a silver tongue, so...
I walk up to him and it's my right hand, because my left hand's a Gatling gun right now. I reach out and I try to...
Touch his face.
Thank you.
Slowly caress him.
That's
you.
the running joke
That
of
was-
this campaign
that
is that song.
I didn't even
Reach
touch
out
him.
and touch
I'm
me.
not- Okay, thank you. No,
I
I'm going
tried
to...
so hard to hold it in, but no.
Gonna look at him like... I'm not trying. And I'm gonna try to punch him again. But I want to see the runes. That's the only reason why I'm punching him. Punching again.
Okay. You're not trying. Okay, so as you swing out, instead of the previous runes that you had seen, he does cast something. They show up as red, kind of like a blood red coloring. They look exactly the same kind of runes as the blue ones or the white ones that he had used, just different color, and catches your fist with them, but they do linger around your fist so that you can see them.
Fascinating.
He points at it and he goes, unfathomable is not accurate for that type of magic. It's rune casting.
I know what rune casting is. It's how I hit you.
Well then, a different type of rune casting, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah, takes those runes back.
The smithy's right there. Come with me.
And he will follow you into the smithy. We are going to...
Yeah.
We are going to... Yeah, we are going to, next week, do that.
Yeah.
Quickly scoot back to the other room. Duchesne, you did hear the sound of thunder. Several people did. Which a couple orcs did walk out. And when only one of them walked back in, he shrugs at the matriarch and then goes and sits down again. And they just continue their meeting.
All right, then I sit there. I got my legs crossed over and my hat on the tip of my boot that's crossed over. And I'm just waiting.
Mixinix, the matriarch does not remove you from her hug unless you want to be removed from her hug. She's quite thoroughly enjoying your presence right now.
I'm just making a rock, trying not to get lost in my thoughts. And with the rock in my hand, I can't put my nails through my hands.
That's true. Duchesne, next to you, Smasher, you hear a kind of whirring noise. And his head turns to you, Duchesne, and he goes, accessing memories.
I'm going to slowly start to turn my head.
And that's where we'll leave it.
Boys,
we'll come back next week.
The boys back. The boys back. Woo!
We'll be back next week, ladies and gentlemen, with more excitement.
I'm glad that the last bit of RPing I do in this apartment, you guys, And the first bit of RPing I'm going to do is on Sunday with Tales of...
That's going to be so great. That's going to be
It's
so
gonna
great.
be
Or in the house.
hoot.
Yeah, in the house. The new house.
The new
The new
house.
house.
Best of luck with all that moving stuff. And hey,
Oh, you could always come down and help me. I mean,
I would love to.
No,
if,
it's
you
fine.
know, I didn't have a busy ass schedule. But, Third Gallon, thank you again for the raid. We love you all so much. And for turning our chat
Every
into
time, you
debauchery
guys.
every single time. The last hour of the session. Thankfully, we got all the super serious shit done before you all got ready.
right before you arrived.
Or you guys ruined it. Not ruined it, but just like broke the RP down.
Broke the
Into
RP
giggles.
down, but...
Made it more raunchy.
Yep. Anyway.
But yeah, double check this session, y'all. All the feels. Much feels.
Yes, if you caught us to the last hour, you know, especially the Third Gallon people, go back, because all of the important shit happened in between, like, hour 2 to, like, hour 4.
Mm-hmm.
Lord of fun.
It's
stuff.
true. More being learned about Cephas. Next week we'll have Valisor picking another powerful individual's brain, of whom I wasn't sure would ever actually show up in Ravenloft. But, you know, I like to roll dice sometimes.
The dice gods favored it.
They said, hey, it's happening.
I said, hey,
here he is.
Battlefield needs some more runes. He needs to get more uppity. Nanny who's
He needs information.
Yes, he does.
Let's get out of here, folks.
Let's get
Yeah.
Let's get out.
We'll come back next week. We'll see you all later.
And Smasher will be back.
Yeah. Hey, don't forget to tip our local bard, like and subscribe. Do that
YouTube.
follows. Go to the YouTubes, check out our previous stuff. It's all there. It's all a hoot and a half as well. And, you know, you could always buy someone's face on a pillow.
Yeah, mine in particular. My face coming soon, guys. My
His
literal face.
Very, very literally. And it's going to be a face shaped exactly the way it is pillow. So.
Oh, you don't want that because my nose is gigantic.
Yes,
Roll the
but
feed.
that is going to be so much more. Where is that? Where is that screen?
Bye, folks.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.